Hello. Welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday. We're going to play more DROD today. Oh, what a good day. What a good day. We're going to play more DROD. Welcome, everybody. Hello, 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 Tefla. Welcome. Excellent DROD Pyramid. Hello, Foamed. Welcome. Hello, Bifraction. Hello, Alanare. Hello, Dracados. Excellent Skeleton Pyramid. Hello, Mesahide. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're going to play some DROD. We made pretty good progress yesterday. Yesterday was the first stream returning to DROD after a little hiatus, a little 2 weeks or so. We made excellent progress. We're chugging along. The game just keeps going, and we're going along with it. I think we cleared 3 zones yesterday. Well, we wrapped up Mother of All Roaches. We did the Lemmings area, and then the Fluff Puff area. It was a good time. I enjoyed it. Today, we're going to play some more. Let's get straight into it. Waste no time. No time. Must play music. Oh, yes. Game. Okay, so we peeked at a couple potential locations to play. Goodness gracious, man, this level select screen is huge. I think I counted and there were 8 different areas we could pick from. 3 of those 8 are, I believe, required for progression. So I think we're going to focus on those. Look at this down here. We've explored 700, we've conquered 711 out of 740 rooms. Back in the day, the ancient times of 2023, I thought this game had over like 400 rooms. I remember watching this number creep up to about 400, 450. I was like, man, we're probably almost done with this game. Oh boy, how I was mistaken. I was way off. Let's go. Start the timer. So this is empty space. This is an interesting little floor layout here. It's a little 3x3 grid of rooms, and each room is just big empty space. Force arrows, and monsters. Let's re-enter it. It'll take a minute to understand what I'm even looking at here. Kill all the monsters. Oh. Leave the room. It looks to me we need to use an evil eye to kill the serpent. Man, when force arrows can get turned on and off, I get very confused. Like, does red turn them off? Red closes doors. Does that mean these force arrows get turned off? Let's find out. No. Red means these turn on. What am I looking at? Okay, this evil eye's a problem. This button has to be pressed to turn this arrow off so we can kill this guy. Okay. This button is unpressable at the moment by B throw. Perhaps we could trick this monster into pressing it for us. But no. Because once this guy steps off his button, these arrows turned on, which means this button is inaccessible. This button here turns these off. I presume serpents can cross over force arrows that have been turned off. Not really sure what I'm supposed to be trying to do here. Get this guy off his button, not immediately clear what I'm supposed to be trying to accomplish here. I guess Ethro could press that button. I feel like I don't want to wake him up. I don't know. This is hard to read. Alright, well, let's break this down into steps. As it stands, I have no way to press this button. This button must be pressed to get to this evil eye. So this evil eye will probably be the last enemy defeated. At the moment, I have no way to reach this button. To reach this button, only a monster will ever be able to get in here. A monster must press this button. And the only one I have available to me is either the serpent won't be able to because it's a diagonal move, so this guy has to press this button somehow. Interesting. This man must press this button. Is that before or after we kill the serpent? So we can... let's not wake him up yet. We can charge in here and do that. Okay, and serpents do cross force arrows if they've been turned off. Now the serpent is free to roam. Do I want the serpent to be holding this button down while I lure this evil eye into here, maybe? And how are you going to end up killing the serpent? We'll have to keep... oh, we got to keep this guy alive. Have him press the button while the serpent's holding it down? Because B-throw needs to be by this area to manipulate this guy. That seems unlikely, but that might be the case. Once this button is pressed, the evil eye is stuck here. No, the button turns these off. Dude, this is so confusing. This is so confusing. I guess B-throw can... ooh. Okay. What? So B-throw can press this button if this one is actively being held down. But if this one gets released, then these force arrows close. Wow. I'm just like, just not understanding the design. I guess it's confusing because of all the open space. And just force arrows are inherently difficult to parse. Especially when it's just a jumble of them. Well, there's semblance of order to these jumbles. So pull the serpent out. Sneak him around up here. While he's holding this down, B-throw press this button, get out. This guy still has to be alive though because I can't kill the serpent with this guy. I got to like stall this guy somewhere. What the heck? Hey, the serpent's... oh, never mind. No, once he steps off his button, it's no longer possible to get to this one at all. Because nothing opens these two. So wait, what? Okay, there's something I'm not quite understanding here. Let's go back to the start. Reassess things from the top. So this button must be held down while we come in here and press this one. This button must be pressed in order to reach this guy. There's no way to wake him up because he's staring at the wall. We cannot get in here and then leave unless this button has been pressed. The only way to reach this button is if this one is actively being held down. Because as soon as this gets released, these two force arrows turn on, rendering this inaccessible. So how does one press this button while this is being held down? Do we wrap the serpent around this evil eye so that it wakes up but doesn't move? I guess that's possible. Wrap the serpent around the evil eye so that he doesn't move, because when we step on this button, he will wake up. He's looking right at it. This is a very minor complaint, but I wish the puzzle view highlighted the evil eye's line of sights in the bright red. Because you notice when I click on the evil eyes, their line of sight appears in like a deep red, I don't know, deep, bright, very red, and then it kind of gradually fades away. The puzzle view uses like the faded away red, not the brighter red. My eyes, it's hard to see. Anyway. Oh, Elfbot, welcome. I'm looking forward to Construct Warehouse. It seems to me the entirety of this puzzle is how to press this button. Or that's the main puzzle of this room. And it seems to me like we have to use this serpent to prevent this evil eye from stepping off the button while we sneak in here. So that seems... okay. That's how that seems. Don't do that. See, the serpent's gonna be following me. It almost worked, okay. Let's do that a little bit different. Oh, come on. Okay, so I need these 3 tiles blocked, okay? Serpent's not very long. Let's try a different angle. I could wrap it coming up like that. In fact, I can manipulate it from down here. Like it's thinking vertically, so it's going to turn towards me. That was almost perfect. Almost perfect. Who's that? Male LP, welcome. Thank you very much for the 7-month resub. Prime Gaming. Thank you. Appreciate it. How's it going? I'm playing this again. This game's awesome. Okay, serpent dancing. We're serpent dancing. Go north. He's thinking vertically, so he got himself stuck like a dingus. I think I want the serpent to follow me down this way. And then, of course. Ideally, I'd have sent him north on this tile, but the movement preference wasn't working out in my favor. In fact, I need to send him north on the tile I'm standing at. Like that, okay. Now what's he doing? He's vertical. Of course, of course. Why does he go east? Serpent movement preference, is it northeast, southwest? I'm forgetting. Come on, come on. Serpent. Serpent. Go north, he's gonna turn south. Okay. Dude! Oh, that's so close. I needed one more turn. So this doesn't quite work. Okay. Very close, but not quite there. Because he's in vertical preference for these 5 turns, I can't get him to turn right. That won't work. Vertical, there we go, there we go. Okay. This is a very silly puzzle. It's pretty cool, actually. So now we have an evil eye, a serpent, and an evil eye. I have access to this one. I can get in there and stab him. Both buttons have been pressed. The difficult thing will be killing the serpent with the evil eye, but we have kill spot right here that will just work itself out in my favor. So let's try and do that right now. There we go. Alright, one room clear. Good room. That was fun. I like the ring of briar around the outside. In some of these rooms, there's like buttons in the briar. Oh, very mysterious. Alright, next room. Serpent, 2 goblins, 3 evil eyes. This evil eye is a problem. He's not a problem. He's simple. I don't want to enter from this tile. Does it matter? Okay. These 2 evil eyes here mean I cannot step off this little path here. Cool. So I have to use these goblins to kill the serpent without stepping off this path, or just get around the serpent, but killing it's going to be more likely. Get in here. Keep the serpent alive? Okay, how am I going to kill these 2? If these wake up and step off their buttons, this force arrow turns on, and we are trapped in this little chamber. So perhaps Well, that means I... Oh, okay, I see. Once the serpent and goblins are dealt with, we come in here, step here, stab this eye, step back, leave, and from outside this chamber we can wake up these two evil eyes and pull them out and kill them. Alright, so 2 goblins, a serpent. This could be... I can wake that guy up, that's fine. I just need 1 goblin to kill the serpent. They're flanking me, I'm dead, okay. I'm dead. Bob Fair, welcome. Welcome to DROD. Nope, that doesn't work. I like sending the serpent north. Just getting it out of my way. I sure wish I could handle these goblins better. Oh dear. Oh. Dead. Oh no. What is this? Okay, try again. What's my plan here? 2 goblins. If I can push these 2 goblins into here, it might be okay. If I can just kill one of these 2, I'll be very happy. The other one, I could potentially hold on this tile while Beathro's in here. Beathro stand here, sword, goblin, something like that, creating a little serpent kill spot. That seems like my only serpent kill spot unless I do some very tricky shenanigans up against this wall with both goblins, which is very unlikely. Okay, 1 down. Doesn't want to cooperate. How am I going to kill this serpent now? I feel like this is where I have to do it. I hope I don't have to use both goblins, like goblin here, serpent there. It's just not going to work. We've got this beautiful kill spot down here. This would be a lot better. Alright, keep the goblin alive. Those eyes can wake up. I don't care. Except if they kill me, I do care about that. I'm causing problems for myself. Beathro! Beathro! Okay. No! Okay, this guy can't... Oh. I can't get back in there if I do that. Okay. What a nightmare. Jockey around. There's my serpent kill spot. Serpent is being a dingus. Come down here, buddy. Come down. Nope, wrong way. Got him. Alright. These rooms are pretty cool. So they, like, these rooms feature absence of walls. And yet, the serpent is basically a mobile wall we have to use. Very cool. These are fun. Now what the heck is going on here? Okay, that's what this is. Once the serpent is dead, the briar will grow over this button, turning this arrow off, letting me out. So Beethro has to get in here, dance around in circles, and trap the serpent with the mirror block while dancing. I love to dance. Okay, so I should be able to do this very quickly with a correct sequence of moves. We have 3 tiles. So like now, if I were to push this mirror block down, we could likely trap the serpent there. But this... Beethro! No. Oh, weird. Okay. I think I almost have to do it when I enter. I think I have to push it with my sword. Because there's only 3 empty spaces here, I'm never going to be able to push the mirror block with my body. I have to push it with my sword. Because to push it with my body, I would need an empty space here for Beethro to stand in, and an empty space here for the block to move into if I'm pushing it diagonally, or vertically, horizontally, etc. It's never going to happen. So we need to push it with my sword somehow. Likely with a turning motion like that. So if I enter... See, I'm always going to be 1 turn behind the tail. Ooh, I can go like that and die. Oh, this is interesting. This is hard to think about. What's the plan here? So if Beethro's sword were south, and the block were there, turning it would push it there? That's not going to happen. It gets me killed. Okay. It's the same as the other side. It's like I need to push it onto this tile now. Which would mean... Oh, weird. Huh. I don't know what it means. I could break the mirror block, but that seems ill-advised. Yeah, then there's no way to kill the serpent. Look at this tiny little room. You can create a satisfying and challenging puzzle with simply 9 squares. That's all it takes. 9 squares. And your options are so limited in such a small space, it should be obvious what I need to do. But it's not. Oh, look at Beethro. Deep in thought. So I can't push it when I enter. Or can I? Nope, because that gets me killed, and then the tail's there. Wow. I have no way to touch the block unless I'm inside here. But if I'm inside here, I cannot figure out how to move the block without dying. So from here, I can't move the block south or I can't move it east. The only way I'd be able to move it... I mean, I can do that again, but you know, I just die every time. Or I can keep moving it, but once it's in the corner... Oh dear. Oh, okay, we got something different here. And I died. Okay, this is different. Different is good. But I can survive one lap. But I need to be able to survive more. Alright, let's try something like that. I can try that with a different timing or from a different side. I think that's what I need to do. Now I need to push it again, which would mean I need to get my sword like that. Close. If he would have gone east instead of south, if this were a different movement preference, if you were thinking horizontally right now, this would win. But he's not. So if I could do this 2 turns earlier, or 3 turns earlier, or 3 turns later, you'd have had it. Okay. Which means we just wait. Another loop here? Try it, see how it works out. Oh, I die instantly, okay. Wait another lap. Oh, what am I thinking? I forgot how this worked. Okay, that doesn't work. So many things have to line up for this to work out. I want to be on the west side of the serpent. Not the east side, not the north side. I want to be on the west side. So let's... Which way do I want to turn, though? From here, go like that. Okay, close again, but wrong preference. Again, if he were thinking horizontally, then when I step here, he'd follow me west. But he's not thinking horizontally, he's thinking vertically, so he follows me to the north, trapping me in and dying. I'm getting real close. I just need the timings to work out. So let's wait another lap here. Boom, boom, turn. I died. Okay. Oh, I died. I died. Okay, maybe this is the wrong corner. Alright, I'll try it from here. Turn. No, turn. I died. I died. This is ridiculous. It kills me. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Now he's thinking horizontally when he needs to be vertical. Oh my goodness, man. Just cooperate. Alright. What if we just enter from here and as quickly as possible? Okay. What if we enter from here and as quickly as possible get in here? Again, it always lines up just wrong. So there's got to be one way we can make it work. There's got to be some way we can make this work. We're always in the wrong preference. When I delay a cycle that's 9 turns... No, it's 8 turns for it to take another lap. Okay, so let's wait. Oh, that kills me. Okay, let's try it from... Is it right here? Dude! I need it that way. Come on, dude. One turn. If I did this one turn later, this would have worked. But I can't delay by a single turn. I can only enter and begin the sequence on specific intervals. And this seems like the only sequence of moves that will kill him if the movement preferences just happen to line up. Kills me. Okay. Oh, one turn away is closer than I've been. Wait, okay, wait. Oh, okay. It worked. Okay, so there was another step I was missing. Okay, cool. That was a strangely tedious room. Alright, let's do another one. I'm sure there is an easier way to do it. Oftentimes there are when I when I do these rooms. I see a solution that I think will work. I tend to just hammer on it until I make it work and stop looking for alternate solutions. I'm sure there was an easier way to do it somehow. The top 3 tiles are free. Swing your sword from southwest to west. Oh. Whoops. Boom. So it would have to be snake head here, tail there. Boom. Might have worked. The problem is you can't get onto that tile directly behind the snake's tail, because as soon as you move into it, he moves away, I think. Yeah, you can never stand on the tile directly behind the snake's tail, because as soon as I'm in that, or I move and then the serpent moves away from me. So I'll never be able to stand because I'd have to move onto this tile which is occupied, and then the serpent moves out of it. That would be nice if that worked. Oh dude, now I have to clear the room again. What have I done? Do I have to? No, I don't. Okay. Oof. All right. So we end the room in here. How are these Ompliches ever gonna get killed? We have the same sort of shenanigans here, but this is set up so that I can't jump in here and do anything. You need at least 2 tiles to run laps with serpents. I could push the mirror block into here, defeat this serpent easily enough. But this... Ompliches. One button. They're not standing on buttons. Once I enter here, I can't leave until the room is clear. Oh, turning these off lets the ompliches free. So... come in here, press the button, the two ompliches charge me. I have to defeat them, but the serpent must already be dead. Okay. This takes a minute to read and figure out what's being asked of me here. It seems to me like I need to kill the serpent and then come in here, press this button and kill the two ompliches? But to kill the serpent, I have to push this mirror block in here. Now this button turns these two arrows off. So I suppose, instead, I could bring the serpent to me once these force arrows are off. Why does this one get turned off? Press this button. Serpent comes out, comes to me. Ompliches also come to me. I can bring one mirror block in here with me, which if the mirror block presses the button, I can just stun lock these two and not have to worry about them. Until the serpent comes to me, then I have big problems. Huh. Oh, beautiful big red lasers. I'd like this omplage to create, or to freeze in a spot like here, 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 in a spot that would, I'd be able to trap the serpent and kill it. Like if I could get him to freeze there. No, because the serpent can't cross these force arrows to get to me. Oh, wait, what? Okay. Of course, the serpent will never come in here. Do I really just push this mirror block in here to kill the serpent and then deal with these two without any mirror blocks? That might be feasible. Seems unlikely, but it might be doable. It seems very bad. No, because I'm going to be zapped from both sides. This is impossible. Once that happens, I'm dead. GG, welcome. Happy Saturday. Seems like the serpent needs to be used. Serpent's a tool. The problem is, to free the serpent, I need to be in a place where I can't reach it. So there has to be some way to set up a serpent kill box out here using the ompliches? No. Like, if I put this mirror block, say, there. Oh, I died. Like, I need the omplich there, looking northeast at the mirror block, and then I have a serpent kill spot right there. Ugh. Ugh. There's gotta be a different way to do this. So without the mirror block helping me, there's no way for me to press this button in the first place. Interesting. Interesting. I'm not sure what to do. I'm really not sure what to do here. There's a second mirror block in here that is irretrievable, because there's no way to jump in here and live, much less get out. When we press this button, why do these two arrows turn off? I can't push a mirror block onto this button from outside this space. The only way the ompliches leave their chamber is if this button's been pressed, so they can't press it for me. Serpent can't press it for me. Beethro must press this button. And the button has to be pressed before the ompliches can be killed. And after I press this button, I need to kill all the enemies in the room in order to leave this little isolation chamber. Which leaves the problem of the serpent. I can use the mirror block to kill the serpent, but then I can't survive pressing the button. Therefore, I can't use the mirror block to kill the serpent. The serpent must die while I'm dealing with the two ompliches. I need to use the mirror block to freeze the ompliches in place so that the serpent dies on them. Why do both of these turn off? I don't understand that. There's no way to create a kill spot with just one omplich outside these force arrows, I don't think. No, it's got to be like 2 things diagonally. Okay. So let's try it like this. Dude. Let's put that there. Let's come in here, press the button. Oh no! And now I need to get an amplitude there? There's no way to swing this guy around. The serpent's never gonna die here. Okay, that's a bad spot for the mirror block because I have no way to get to it to break this beam, and this Omplish is unkillable. So that's just not a good spot for the mirror block. Maybe there? Let's get rid of that guy. Let's push this. I can't push it. Of course not. Good gracious. If only I can get out here and grab that. Mirror blocks respect force arrows. Wow, I don't... Huh. Somehow we must create a serpent kill spot using one or perhaps both ompliches. I don't see how I could take one omplich and spin it around to the other side while I'm in here. Maybe I can, I just need to try harder. This is tricky. This floor is cool. Hey. Well, now he's in here with me, and we are in trouble. Hey, Omega number, welcome. The point of this room is suffering. I love it. Yeah, I don't see why both of these force arrows turn off. Like, what good does this diagonal one do? Because the only way to press this button is by B-throw doing it. And once B-throws press this button, I can't take advantage of that. The Omplish will never walk up here. I guess I could I mean, I could like set a mirror block here, and then there's a serpent kill spot. Once this is turned off, we have mirror block here, and then we have a serpent kill spot there. However, this is unsurvivable without a mirror block in here. I can't get in here to push this one around, reposition it. I can't steal this one. This is inaccessible to me. From inside here, there's no way to encourage an Omslich to come over here and get itself stuck. Like an Omslich... Mysterious. Very mysterious. Hey, Baines, welcome. Why did the construction worker buy the Microsoft CD? To install the Windows. I'd fire that instruction worker. I don't want Microsoft Windows in my home. Maybe ME Windows. What am I saying? I'm using Microsoft Windows right now. What a mysterious room. Just 3.11 windows. I need 11/100ths of a window right now. Prices these days are out of control. I can only afford 1/10, just over 1/10 of a window. At what point does a fraction of a window not become just a smaller window? You can take fractions of windows, but it's still a window. Ah, oh, paradox. It's not even a paradox. It just doesn't work. Who's that? Traxie, you're welcome. Thank you for the 14-month resub. It's much to think about, much to ponder. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this room. If I kill both the Omsliches while standing in here, that means I have to bring a mirror block with me. And then there is no way for me to kill that serpent, meaning I'm trapped in here. Because the only way out of this little chamber is once all the enemies are defeated, this button will be pressed, opening an exit. The problem is serpents, specifically red serpents, do not cross force arrows. Even though these force arrows allow movement into this chamber, serpents specifically do not cross force arrows. Rattlesnakes do. I think adders might, but serpents do not. So he'll just run around this box forever. I mean, there's a little narrow corridor here, which may be what I need. No. Thinking outside the box. Okay, now there's a kill spot, but I have no way to ever wake this guy up from in here and kill him. There's a kill spot. The same problem. I can never wake this guy up and kill him while I'm in here. I do something like that up here. Oh, this is mysterious. Alright. Abandon. Check out a different room for now. We'll come back to that one. Hey, this looks familiar. 3 evil eyes, 2 serpents. Or wake this evil eyes up, kill the serpents? Using evil eyes? Easier said than done, but it's about all we have to work with. I need to keep one of these evil eyes asleep and try and use it. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Three evil eyes, 2 serpents. One evil eye kills this serpent, one evil eye kills this serpent. The remaining evil eye is used to jockey around the living ones? Because I have to be standing on the west side of the evil eye to wake it up. And then I need to swap places with it, so I'm on the east side of it when I pull it into these force arrows. Do that so I can see the lasers. So let's start with you. It's like I can wake one up, but now I can't get around it. Okay. I'm gonna wake you up and I have the same problem. Alright, there's one. We wake you up here. Alright, that was a fun room. Good stuff. Oh, Roach Queen. Yuck. Move the Roach Queen onto this specific tile here. While I'm standing south of it. This button needs to be pressed to toggle these force arrows off and on to allow me to get down here to stab this guy and get back out. Getting back out's free. I just need to get down here and stab him. So as long as I get the queen onto this specific tile, 13,0, and never step west or east, we can just go straight down here and the Roach Queen spawns will press this button for me. Which means we have to enter from down here. We got a little bit of mild queen manipulation. And I've already lost. Okay. Not quite as simple as that. We need to enter from here to push it due south, and then use egg timing, adjacent movements to push it here, there, there. I can do that. Two more over. Probably easier to go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Bad sword orientation. This is perhaps not good. It's fine. Now we want it right up there. We'd have all the time in the world. Perfect. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Boom. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. Can I survive this? Yes, because now it's free. Oh. Alright. This is a cool little room. Nice little room. Let's do another one. Oh, more nonsense. Switches, force arrows, toggling off and on, eyeballs, omplich, guard. Guard. Okay, what do we need to do? What's the order of operations here? Buttons do things. This button here is a point of no return. Whatever touches this button will be stuck on this button. So this button cannot be pressed with B throw. It toggles this. What's this all about? Is this like a holding pen for the guard? Put the omplich on this button. Bring the guard up here? Do we need to use the guard sword to reflect the omplich laser? Press this button to get down here and out. Oh, very mysterious. Who's that? Murphigator! Welcome! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, Raiders. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the stream. We're playing DROD here. Deadly Rooms of Death. It's an excellent puzzle game. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. I oftentimes have no clue what this game is either. Elegant Fugue. Space Hovercopter, welcome. It's going well. This is a puzzle game. It's a very long and complicated and involved puzzle game. Essentially, the gist of it is the game's split up into hundreds of different rooms. You enter a room, you kill all the monsters in the room, and then escape the room. That's at the most basic level, that's what this game is. Everything is turn-based, everything is tile-based. You play
My
as
name is Beethrow.
Play as Beethrow here.
What?
Man wearing yellow with a really big sword. And yeah. It's one of my favorite games, like, ever. There's all sorts of different variety of monster types that behave differently. There's a bunch of puzzle elements in the rooms that make things very complicated and confusing. It's very fun. So what I'm trying to do in this room is unclear. Oh, what am I trying to do here? I can get that guy to press that button, and now this... Do I put the guard up here for some reason? This game's got great music. And... I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Okay, this pressure plate, if it's weighed down, turns this arrow off. So whatever is in here can then get back out. Seems like this is a place for the guard. But why? This button here must be pressed. In order for Beether to get back out of here. Because I have to come in here to stab this monster. Once I stab this monster, these force arrows close, trapping whoever's on this button, assuming I time it correctly. So we plant the guard up here. The guard's not going to step on that. He's going to take a different path to me, I think? I don't know. What? This room is very confusing. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Okay, let's put him there. Omplish is going to be a nuisance. Can I keep him on that button? If I can, then why... Good gracious. Good gracious. This guy, why is... this exists? I don't understand the purpose of this mechanism here yet. Let's see what happens if I just kill him. Sure I can't, but let's see what happens. And then get the guard on the button. Come on, buddy. No, no. No, I can't get down here. If you were south to southeast, maybe? Okay. Got a bit of a problem here. So I need this button to be held down by something while I run in here, stab this guy, and escape. That's kind of the crux of this puzzle. How do we keep this button weighed down long enough for me to come in here and stab this guy? As soon as I stab this guy, These arrows will turn on, trapping whoever's on this button. I think that's what this mechanism here is for. I think? But how do I use it to my advantage? Guards don't cross force arrows, I don't believe. So only the Omslich will be able to press this button for me. So again, bring the Omslich there. Bring the Omslich onto this button. Place the guard here. Getting the guard there is no easy task. And then... I don't know. And then what? That's a good question. Ooh, ah! So he doesn't want to go in there. Guard's a little too smart to just step into that little pen. So why does this exist? I don't understand how to use this to my advantage. Why would I want to turn this off and trap something there? Omslich on this button, facing southeast. B-throw, sword northeast, reflecting the laser beam back at it, holding it in place while I dance down here into here? Then what's the point of the guard? Is this just a trap? Okay, let's try that. No, keep the Omslich alive. Got him. Okay. Careful. Hey, buddy, hey. Sir, just behave. Step south now. Oh, of course, he moves first. Okay, so plant him there. Okay, I apologize if I'm not explaining anything very well. These puzzles at this point in the game, you can tell by the game timer. Pretty deep into this game. Puzzles are quite tricky and hard for me to even figure out, much less explain, but I'll do my best. So this guy fires a laser beam which freezes whatever it looks at. Well, freezes you if it looks at you. we can use our sword to reflect the laser beam back at him to freeze him in place. So I'm trying to do that at the moment, trying to get him frozen on this button with my sword, which is very fiddly. I want him to step south once. That would be really cool. Right there. Nope. There we go. Oh! Why did I think I misread these arrows? Oh. So this button must be pressed down for me to escape. How would the guard help with the situation? So I have to keep this button pressed down while I get in here, stab this guy, and retreat. Ooh. Okay. That plan failed. If guards don't cross force arrows, then yeah, the guard could be potentially stay there? Which brings back the question of how in the world do we manipulate this guy onto this button and hold him there? Well, we can create distance from guards. Why does this contraption exist? I still don't understand this part. So if, for the sake of argument, I find the correct angle, like this. And then if he magically steps on the button, which he didn't. Okay. Since guards act as if they were brain, they would prefer orthogonal? I don't know, dude. I don't know how guards move. This is a nightmare. Now he's got to press that button for me. Okay. Sir? Sir? Almost. Okay, stay there. He's not gonna. So yeah, this is DROD in a nutshell. A lot of the puzzles heavily revolve around intimate knowledge of monster behavior, enemy behavior, and manipulating them to do things, press buttons, switches for you. I think this game's fantastic. This puzzle is not making a lot of sense. Not yet, at least. So if I do a specific movement pattern, I can create distance between me and this guy because he's focusing more on turning his sword to face me rather than move towards me. And so if I take a specific angle away from him, he'll constantly pivot back and forth rather than make any movements. I'm trying to do that to get into here and then have him follow me onto this button. And the instant he presses this button, I want to press this button here and potentially trap him in here. I don't know if that'll work or not. It might. It probably won't. This room doesn't make any sense. I don't think that will. Because no, he'll just walk out. You won't get trapped in there. That's silly. Why did they think that? You'll just walk right out. The Omslich doesn't freeze the guard. Do we put the Omslich up here? Then what's this for? Why do I want an Omslich here? Why do I want the Omslich anyway? I don't understand what I'm supposed to do with these different parts of the room. Getting him onto that button is trivially easy. But all that button does for me is allow me or a monster to escape from this part. So do we put the guard in here first? I could try a different room. So I'm struggling here. See, I can never convince the guard to willingly step in there. Oh, yeah. Oh. Alright, room is clear, but I can't get out. Oh, wow. Alright, let's try a different room. I give up for now. We'll come back to that one. What is this song? I've never heard this song before. Okay, in this room we have 8 rock giants. A button of mystery. Okay. Oh, this looks like just close quarters combat with giants and golems. That seems fine. Is there a larger puzzle to this? Probably. We'll start by going like that. And like that. So giants are awesome. Giants are made up of 4 rock golems melded together. Rock golems, you stab them, they leave a persistent corpse which basically acts as a wall. So in large numbers, rock golems will overwhelm you and trap you with their corpses, and they're really cool. The giants, the tile that you stab becomes a golem corpse, and the other 3 tiles turn into normal golems. Rock giants are the only monster in the game that's like a 2x2. They're big monsters. I guess serpents are long, but they're like long noodly. So we go like that. We hit this button and now they're coming for me. Oh baby. Okay. I don't feel very safe here. Okay. This seems like it's working out fine. These guys are a problem. I can never get these guys out. I can't stab any of these guys. Right? Yeah. Oh, I gotta leave him alive. I might be able to get away with stabbing one giant. Oh dear! Oh dear! B-throw! B-throw's dead. Oh man. Okay. I think we're good. Just quite frightful here. I may have made some mistakes. Okay, pack them in as tight as possible. This guy is going to be a bit of a problem. Perhaps an impossible problem to solve. I think this guy has made the room unwinnable from here. Same with this guy. Okay. Yikes. Let's do things a little differently. Let's come down here. If I do that, then this guy's now unkillable. Oh, man. Oh, this is rude. This looks a lot better. Is it though? Is this good or is this bad? I'm leaning towards bad. This guy has become a big problem. Although maybe not too big of a problem. Big problem. Ah, shucks. This is close. Here we go. That was pretty cool. That was a fun little room. Not too bad, thanks to the power of undo. It was a satisfying little room. Alright, we're chipping away at the different levels. We're making progress. Ooh, kill serpent with guard. Dude! Sir? 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 Please? Nope, don't go there. Don't go there. Kill the serpent with the guard. Serpents are unique in that you can't stab them and kill them. The only way they die is if they get caught and can't move. So I need to block the serpent's movement using this guard. Which is much easier said than done. Encourage this guard to go in there without me also going in. Oh. There we go. Okay. Ha! We're down to the last two rooms here. Two rooms I tried and failed to understand and solve. Ha! So let's look at this one again. Maybe we have a fresh perspective. This room is made up of 2 ompliches and a serpent. So these are the monsters I need to kill, and then I need to be able to escape the room. The serpent is in a little circle here. When serpents are in a loop like that, you need at least 2 tiles, a 2-tile gap in order for me to get in there and do anything. Since there's only 1 tile on that gap, it's a 7-tile long serpent in an 8-tile space. That means that I can never get in here and do anything. I like that mirror block. I'd like to be able to retrieve that somehow. But I can't. The force arrows here prevent anything from entering this, or prevents anything that enters this area from leaving it. This button here, when pressed, turns off these 2 arrows, as well as these 2. When these 2 arrows are off, that allows these 2 ompliches to escape their little holding pens. This arrow here allows the serpent to escape its spot. I don't know why this one turns off. I can't figure that part out. It may just be a misdirection. With the room in its current state, the only way this button gets pressed is if B throw crosses the force arrows into this little chamber and presses it himself. However, doing that gets me killed because Omtlich is on both sides casting laser beams. I can only block one of those two laser beams with my sword, so I'm just permanently locked down and dead. Well, what if... Well, look at that. Look at that. Look at this. Beautiful. What if we use the mirror block here just like that. Because now I can't kill this guy. Oh. I thought that was so clever. I was thinking what would happen is I plant the mirror block here. The serpent kills itself trying to escape. Then I only have one Omtlich to deal with, which I can take care of. But then this guy is just stuck staring at that with no way to break the beam. And the only way out of this little holding chamber is once all the monsters are cleared, this button will get pressed, turning this arrow off, allowing me to leave. So once I get in here and press this button, I need to be able to kill all three monsters from within here. So why can't I feel like I've tried this, but why can't I go like that at the checkpoint? Press the button, kill this man, wait for the serpent to break the beam, which, please, serpent? 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 Sir? Sir? Hello? Sir? Sir? Serpent? Hello? Look at this thing. Are you serious? He's never gonna go over there? Okay, is there any way I can influence him from here? He's thinking vertically, so he's going down. Hey, 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 hey. No? Crikey. See, I was thinking what I'd be able to do is and I realize now it wouldn't work. Have the serpent disrupt the Omslich's gaze, and then position the Omslich here, freeze him with my sword to create a serpent kill spot. However, I realize now that doing that, the serpent would necessarily break the Omslich's gaze, allowing him to move away, and it wouldn't be an effective kill spot. Man, this is tricky. You smell there. Big game, yeah. Big game. This game's about 3 times longer than I was expecting it to be, and I was expecting it to be a big game. It's like 30 times more than I thought. We're getting close to the end. There's probably only another 20 or 30 hours worth of puzzles left. That's just a random guess. I could be way off with that. Could be another 180 hours. And obviously with puzzle games, the length of time spent playing the game is determined much more on how quickly you understand and solve the puzzles, rather than the sheer breadth of content. But this game has a lot of puzzles. It's got a lot of puzzles. I think this is we've solved over 700 rooms. 700! It's a lot of puzzles. The website for this game advertised over 400 rooms. It advertised over 400. So when we were pushing up to like 300 rooms solved, 400 rooms solved, I thought, oh man, we're almost done. Alright, this is looking great. Turns out I was wrong. We were not almost done. I've enjoyed the ride though, don't get me wrong. This game's a lot of fun. I wouldn't stick with it if it weren't so fun. It's just big. It's just massive. So what can I do differently here? I've been ignoring things like these checkpoints out here because they seem to be irrelevant to what's going on in here. Oftentimes you can use floor tiles as kind of guides to help nudge us in the right direction, but like these seem completely insignificant. All I can do is decide what to do with this mirror block and then press this button. That's all I can do. So using this mirror block effectively is key. So let's play around with this again. If I push the button with the mirror block, then I'm free to move about here and manipulate these one at a time, because one will always be frozen in place while I can break the gaze and allow the other one to move around. However, the difficulty here lies in killing this serpent. To kill this serpent, I would have to somehow clump these Omsliches up. Okay, let's see if I can do that. No, they don't. Can I get him to step northwest? Not north. I'm not making any progress. It doesn't seem like I can ever allow him to get caught in here. Oh, don't do that. Maybe I need to be on this side? Dude, I don't freaking know what I'm supposed to do! What a mysterious room. I need to think of something. I don't have a plan. I'm just kind of just playing. This is not a game you play. This is a game you solve. Unless sometimes you just have to feel things out. But what's the significance of this? Surely there's a reason why both of these arrows turn off. Although I can't see what it would be. Seems like it's designed to somehow allow me to kill the serpent. Like perhaps this is telling me to use this spot as my serpent kill zone. To do that, I would either need to lure an Omslich all the way over here, which is not going to happen, or place a mirror block there or there. Oh. Well, can't I place this here? So now this guy is frozen. So now I can safely press this button and only deal with this one. As the serpent leaves its chamber, it will break this guy's gaze, freeing him. But they will be offset. So I can deal with one and then the other, and then the serpent will just naturally wiggle its way into here, eventually in time. Hopefully. I hope. Alright, let's go. Oh, will it work? Sir? Oh, okay, wait, this... Got him. Only 4,700 turns later. Okay, cool. That was a clever room. I like that. Good room. Which leaves us back with this one here. This room of great mystery. I still don't understand how to use both of these guys. It seems to me like the evil eye should be the first enemy I kill. In order to kill the evil eye and not get myself stuck, this button must be pressed because when this button is pressed, this arrow gets toggled off. Once I stab the evil eye and step onto an adjacent tile, these force arrows get turned on, meaning... See, this is the tricky part. Once these force arrows get turned on, there's no way to then bring a monster onto this button anymore. The monster must already be on this button when I step here. And not only that, but it must stay on this button and not step off it for a couple turns while I stab the evil eye and make my way up to here. So it seems to me the Omslich can't freeze the guard in place here. Omslich Beam does not affect guards whatsoever. I don't understand what this mechanism's for. Why is there a button that turns this off? Let me just play around with this a little bit more here. Bring the Omslich onto the button. He's a nuisance, but we'll just have to deal with him. Can I ever entice this guard to step into this chamber? He'll only do it if it leads to killing me. Don't quite get what it is I'm supposed to be doing here. Sir, guard, sir. sir. What if, for the sake of argument, the guard were to kill this evil eye for me? That never happened. Guard would not step onto these force arrows. If the Omslich were standing here, would potentially bring the guard into here while this force arrow's off. Dude, I don't understand. What am I supposed to do here? Hey, thank you for the good luck. C:\\welcome. This room is so simple and it's so confusing. There's only so many different things I can try. Guard on this button? Okay. I need to think about how to use this spot to my advantage. Surely this is important. I just don't understand how. It's a place to trap an enemy until this button is pressed, and then the enemy can escape. I think if an Omslich were in here, it would be able to navigate out. Put the Omslich in here. Have the guard press this button. And then the Omslich is pressing this one for me? But it seems like extra steps when I can get the Omslich to press this for me anyway. Man, this is confusing. Hey, 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 don't do that. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do in this room. All I need to figure out is how do I keep this button pressed long enough for me to get in here, stab this guy, and get out. That is enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 turns. Keep this button pressed for multiple turns, at least 6. I've already tried to do the guard pivot dance, and the angle doesn't quite line up. So I don't think that's the answer. Maybe my earlier assumption was correct, and once these arrows are turned on, if a guard is on this tile, it will refuse to step over them? Maybe? I don't think that's correct. But maybe it is. Okay, what if I do a different approach? What if we enter the room from down here, have the Omslich press that button, and I can never get this button pressed. Okay, let's not do that. This doesn't seem to help me very much. Wow, this room's hard. Yeah, isn't that great? You can enter from any one of these tiles, and oftentimes the specific spot you enter the room in is significant. Well, let's try bringing the omelette here, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know what to do here. I just don't see... I don't even have a goal that I'm working towards, which makes puzzles like this very difficult to solve because I don't know what I'm doing. It's hard to solve a puzzle when you don't have a solution to work towards. It's just... Sir, will you... The guard will never willingly step on a force arrow, unless doing so kills me. I'm stuck. I still feel like this is set up such that I'm going to be able to somehow or another plant the omelette there and get the guard caught here. But he never... Okay. Can't convince the guard to step down there. Unless maybe when he's on this arrow, I kill the omelette? But then he'll be stuck there, and I still need him to press that button for me. Gosh. Huh. Yeah, I don't even know what's being asked of me. Ah! Oh! Ah! Ooh! Rhythm song, welcome. I am inclined to agree. so very few things I can even do. And the ones I've tried haven't worked. So eventually I should come across the correct sequence of moves or idea. That one corridor? I'm not sure which one is that one. The laser beam freezes you. You can just barely see Beethro changes to a tint of red when you get shot by it. And so now I can't move. All you can do when you're frozen is rotate. And you can use your sword to break the beam or reflect it back at the Omslich. It's very cool, yeah. I like Omsliches quite a bit. They can be very dastardly. Oh, look at this. We got a nice little dance here. Time Gates. I'm curious which one that is. It's been a while since we dealt with time clones. Space Baby. Spoilers. Oh, there's still this room. I forgot about this one here. I've never solved this one yet. This one was annoying. This one here. Yep, this one here. This is the one you must be talking about. Yeah. This one was brutal. Although it did teach me a concept with regard to time clones that was very important. I just didn't understand that specific concept where you can dislodge them or interrupt their programming to dislodge them. Not dislodge. Adding or removing barriers to their movement after you've programmed their moves to interrupt them. This took forever. If you're just judging a room based on obtuseness, this would be a high contender for sure. Poor Beethro, he's so scared. It's just 3 buttons. This bit up here keeps throwing me off because I cannot figure out how to use this or why it's here. And by extension, I don't understand why this is here. This part's obvious. Surely this has to be used to facilitate the pressing of this button. Like, it makes sense to me that we would stash a monster here and then have this gut button get pressed, allowing the monster to escape from here, and time it so that you get in here just as that monster arrives here. So when put that way, that would mean I need to stash a monster here first, and then arrange for this button to be pressed while I'm over here. However, without this button being pressed in the first place, then the only monster that can come in here is the Omslich. Is this a spot for B-Throw to enter? Is the guard supposed to kill this thing? Maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way. Maybe B-Throw manipulates these buttons. And the guard kills the evil eye and escapes. Okay, let's work with that idea a little bit. So first things first, we need to get the guard in here, which would entail holding this button down with something or another. The Omslich is the only reasonable thing. Get the guard in here, then stop this button from being pressed. Guard is stuck in here. If the guard is stuck in here, it no longer has a viable path to B-Throw. Therefore, it will act as if it's unbrained and will be willing to step on these force arrows and kill the evil eye. Stepping on the force arrows, though, prevents this button from being pressed again. Okay, let's see if I can just get the guard in here. Let's start with that. Okay. This guy is going to be a nuisance. Let's... Trying to maneuver around an Omslich while attempting to manipulate a guard. It's not easy. And again, in order for the guard to come in here, let's see if I can do it without the Omslich. Stepping on these force arrows. No. Can I create distance from the guard long enough for me to get over here? I don't know why that would help me. That wouldn't help me. Ugh. What is going on? I don't understand. Ooh. I don't think I like this room. I'll probably change my mind once I finally figure it out, but I just don't even see an avenue towards figuring this out. I don't have... I'm struggling to even think of ideas. It seems impossible to me to keep this button pressed with the Omslich while I'm fiddling around with the guard to lure the guard in here. I think that idea is just impossible. Because one, getting the Omslich stuck on that button involves complicated series of movements to get it on there in the first place, but then B-throw has to have his sword facing a specific direction, and I can only move in a specific line to reflect the beam back at it. And in that specific line, I have to also be manipulating this guard, which is just too much. It doesn't work. So I think that's the wrong approach. Omslich in here doesn't do me any good because the Omslich doesn't kill enemies. It all comes to these spots. I feel like if I could understand why these positions are here, the rest of the pieces would fall into place. Whatever presses this button cannot ever leave that tile, because nothing turns off these force arrows. The only thing that can press that button then is the Omslich. The guard will not cross these force arrows unless he's actively killing me while doing so. So if the Omslich is there, then this is now open, but I don't know why. I can't get the guard caught in here. Unless I can get the guard onto this specific tile and then kill the Omslich, but then he's not ever getting out to press this button for me. It's like the Omslich has to still be alive and on this button if I am able to get a guard here. What? Huh. No, I don't get it. This doesn't make sense. So what else can I try? Is there some... Waking this evil eye up doesn't help me because there's nowhere for him to move. Nor does anything turn off these arrows. So the fact that he's an evil eye is irrelevant. It could be any monster. It's just something to kill. The only thing, I keep coming back to the idea of the guard standing here while these force arrows get turned on. That won't trap the guard in there. And the angle isn't appropriate for me to do my little pivot dance down here. I'd have to be like, I don't know what the exact cone is. Well, I can look at it. It's this sort of pattern. Guard standing here. And that's the sort of pattern of movement you have to take. Is it better shown here? Not really. It's 2 steps down, 1 over. 2 down, 1 over. I don't have to enter this chamber from the top left corner. Let's make sure I trace this correctly. I thought I was doing it. Alright, I need a different sword orientation. Could we perhaps do that pattern of movement slightly displaced while he's a couple tiles north, and then when we break that pattern to step on here, we can repatternize it. Hey, hello Matt, welcome, how's it going? Thank you for the good luck. I'm completely stumped on this puzzle here. Repatternize him. I like to make up words when I'm thinking. Okay. This seems potential. See, he's tracking me diagonally though. Okay. Try this line. So if he's going to be tracking me diagonally, then I need to get him stalled here or here or here. Okay. Let's try here. Let's see, as expected, I need him to from here I can't force him to turn his sword. The sword will always be southeast while I'm in here if he's on here. I need to step west for him to pivot south. So, I mean, this is at least something different. If if this were an Omslich rather than a guard, we could perhaps utilize the Omslich's laser beam to our advantage. I think Omsliches have the same turning algorithm as guards do. So I could use the same movement patterns to get down here. Although the laser beam would end up all the way over here. Again, I'm neglecting to use these two elements of the room, but they don't make any sense to me. So this is really close here. It's not close enough. I don't get it. What do they want me to do? Oh, I killed all the monsters in the room. Do I need to... No. I don't know. I can't. Okay, again, it seems like I need the Omslich pressing this button so the guard can come in here and kill the eye for me while I stand down here. But manipulating the Omslich while the guard is alive is an absolute nightmare. Disaster. No abs nerdy, welcome, welcome. I'm stuck. I can't figure this out. I've come pretty close a couple times with a couple different approaches, but there's just something I'm missing. Some piece of the pie. If I could figure out why this mechanism exists, I feel like we'd be good. It just doesn't seem to be useful for anything. I'm sure it's not, well, I shouldn't say that. It's probably not there specifically to mislead me as a red herring. Maybe it is? That's unlikely. Typically when things like this exist in the room, they have a purpose. The author of the room had a solution in mind using these. Now there are cases where you can solve rooms in unintended ways without using all the elements of the puzzle. So these may not be necessary, strictly speaking, but they're probably intended. Making a lot of assumptions there. This button's a toggle. It's a toggle, not a turn off or turn on. So we can turn this arrow off and then turn it back on. try as I might, I cannot seem to be able to get a guard to trap himself in there. He don't trap himself. You just don't. He's taking that sort of line. What the heck, man? What do they want from me? Sometimes this is how it goes when you play DROD. You're just fully confused until eventually it just clicks. Or, with enough frantic thrashing about, you just happen to stumble into a solution. Dude. So if we're not going to be able to put the guard in there, then why? Again, it comes back to why is this even here in the first place? How does putting anything up here help me solve this problem here? Because the problem I'm having is killing this evil eye. The way this mechanism is set up, you enter into these force arrows and you're stuck in here unless something is pressing this button down, turns this one off to give you a chance to escape. Once you enter into here, you have 4 points with which you can stab the evil eye and escape. The inner circle. But once you step on one of these tiles to kill the evil eye, these force arrows turn on, meaning if a monster's not actively holding the button down, you will never get anything else in there, because those force arrows are arranged to prevent anything from moving past them. So, we need to have a monster on this button when we step onto these tiles. And it must remain on this button even though it can freely move off of it for multiple turns while we stab the evil eye and take an indirect path to the exit. Meaning, so the only way we can move around and do things without the monster also moving, a guard can do my little rotation dance, but the angle doesn't quite line up. Unless I did it wrong. I don't think I did. Or Omslich laser beam being reflected back at the Omslich to freeze it in place. With the Omslich standing here facing southeast, laser beam follows this line. So I could stand here, sword northeast, and reflect it As soon as I step off this tile, the Omplitch is no longer frozen, and thus it steps off the button. So I can't even kill the Evil Eye. The laser beam passes through here, 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 and here. Man, this room is jacked. But if we're using the Omplitch to hold this button down, which doesn't seem like it'll work in the first place, then why do we have a guard? Why do we have both an Omplitch and a guard? Now the guard has a sword which could potentially be used to kill the Evil Eye for us, but guards will not willingly cross force arrows. Therefore, if we want to lure the guard into here, then again we need something to hold this button down while I'm down here manipulating the guard into there. Which I suppose theoretically might work, it just seems impossible. If, for the sake of argument, there's an Omplitch here facing southeast, I would need to keep it there by reflecting its sword beam back at it. While the guard is a great distance away from me, following me, I could step onto this force arrow if the guard were up here and this were not on, and the guard would probably come in here, try and get to me. But there's no way I could get... Oh. So am I really supposed to... I've been reluctant to try this sort of thing, but it seems like I'm being asked to keep both these enemies alive. Good gracious. Oh, he's stuck. Okay. Simply get the Omplitch up here, guard here, pull the Omplitch onto there, stun it in place without the guard moving. There's no way I can manipulate both of these this at the same time. That's just no. I can't even do anything. No, sir. No. At this point, I can't even create distance between me and these guys. This is a disaster. What is going on? I don't get it. Hey, skeleton, stick bug, duck admirer, welcome. I stumble into stuff a lot too. This is proving to be a stumble-proof room, though. again, the big problem I have with rooms like this are I don't even have something to work towards. I don't even understand what it is I'm trying to set up. And that makes it hard to work towards a solution, because I don't know what the solution is I'm trying to work towards. It'd be different if, say, yeah, if the laser froze the guard in place, that would change things significantly. If the guard's sword were able to reflect the it does! That's gotta be the key. Okay, how do I use this? The guard's sword can freeze the Omtlich in place. How do I use that information to my advantage here? This has to be important. Well, I think. Now, the problem here is I'm not sure how this will help me. Because guards never just stand in place. They will never simply stand in place unless they literally cannot move. If they're trapped on all sides. And they turn their sword before they move. So if I wanted the Omtlich here, and the guard to reflect its laser beam back at it somehow, then the guard would have to be even when this happens, I can't maintain this for multiple turns. That's what I'm getting at here. The guard will not stay in place freezing the Omtlich. He won't move south. He'll turn before he moves. Guard moves before Omtlich. Which could probably be used to my advantage. No, that means that on the turns when the guard pivots and stops freezing it, the Omtlich will move. So if, again, just for the sake of argument, somehow or another I can get the Omtlich onto that button, and have the guard freeze him in place, unlikely. Dude. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. Ah. Just trying to move, much less manipulate these enemies to go where I want them to. Just simply trying to move while dealing with both these enemies is difficult. Oh, what is going on? This is terrible. I'm still not understanding why these are here. These two bits just seem completely extraneous. They seem to serve no purpose whatsoever towards solving the room. Because this button's a point of no return. And it's only usable by the Omslich. And all it does is open this? Then when we kill the Omslich, it closes that. Why? If this were open, I can't get the guard to step on into here. If the guard were in here while this were open, which I can't make happen, but if I could, then the guard would be the guard wouldn't stay there because he's brained. He would just pathfind around. What's the angle? What's the It's a very favorable looking angle. It's a very nice looking angle. Okay. However, one, I can't get the guard in there in the first place. Two, keeping the guard in there while I'm down here doesn't seem to do me much good, because when I stop moving on that angle, the guard will not likely just walk over the button for me. He'll go like this. Or maybe he will. Maybe he will just go whoop. Now there's an additional problem of, if the guard is in here and I want him to be able to escape, that means the Omslich must be alive and on this button, which means while I'm doing my dance to get down here, my sword must be facing west. Otherwise the Omslich will freeze me when I try to cross this line. which means I can't... I guess when I'm down here, I'll have enough turns, assuming that the guard decides to step over the button for me. I'll have enough turns to rotate, stab, and get up here. So we'll try for the 300th time. Oops. To get the guard onto that spot. This puzzle's mean. I agree. I agree. See, this is as close as I can come. And at this point, there's no reason for the guard to ever step south, because the guards act as if they were brained, and brains see force arrows as walls or obstacles. Therefore, stepping south would bring him further away from B-throw, because it's calculating distance to me going around the force arrow. So it's not, I'm trying to get the guard to walk further away from me. It just doesn't seem like he will ever. If I were to somehow kill the Omslich while the guard were on the force arrow, then he would revert to an unbrained status, and he would willingly step south, but at that point, I would never be able to get him out, because I wouldn't have anything left to turn this force arrow off. Perhaps keeping him here is good enough, though. Perhaps I just need to get him onto this tile specifically. Not the open tile south of it, this tile. Because the little juke dance would now be one tile north, and it would still work out pretty well. So maybe this here is good enough. Again, my sword must be facing west to get through here. And once I get him on there, I have to just move. But he only steps on there if I'm on that force arrow. Good gracious, man. Maybe here's good enough. Oh, see, he doesn't... No brain versus welcome. There's been a couple times. Only a couple. I tend to be very stubborn and persistent when it comes to this game. I have had to look up solutions before, though. It's rare, but it's happened. Not yet in this game. But there's a number of puzzles I've just skipped so far that I just simply couldn't figure out. I don't think he'll go to the button. I'm just hoping, because I have no other idea what else to try. I just was hoping he might do this. So what else? Bomb switch on the button, guard freezing it? But that would require the guard standing still on a tile adjacent to the Omslich's laser beam, but the guard will never simply stand still unless the guard were in here with its sword facing southeast, which it would while I'm over here, but how would I bring the guard in here? Guards don't cross force arrows. So if the Omslich were on the button facing southwest, its laser would go boom, 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 boom. It'd cross over this force arrow. If the guard were in here, with its sword angled southeast, that would reflect it, freezing it in place, and I would be free to move in this area because the guard will keep his sword facing southeast as long as I don't... No, he would... No. It looks like I'd be able to like stab the eye from here. And then try and race up here to there before this guy unfreezes and pivots and steps away. God, this room is... Okay. Can I get the guard to step on there ever? If... Maybe if I were already in here? Okay. Okay, if the Omslich were in there... Bifraction, welcome back. I haven't made any progress, but I'm still trying. So now, if I enter into here, what I'm thinking is Omslich planted here, guard planted over here. I do my little dance to keep him in place while I step here. If I'm in this ring past the force arrows, that would unbrain the guard. Therefore, he would then willingly step onto this button, assuming that this is in the line that he wants to take to get to me. Once he steps into this button, the Omslich will... I believe Omsliches can escape things like that. And then I have to just hope and pray that while I'm down here, the Omslich will decide to step on the button? I love solutions that entail hoping and praying. Those are like the good solutions. I guess so. I need the north-facing sword, and I need the guard like on this checkpoint. No, wrong angle. I need to go the other way. Okay. Beautiful music. Okay, sir. Sir, please go south. See, there he stepped on the force arrow. Okay. If he were here instead. Boom, he's in there. Okay, Omslich can't leave there though. Alright. So we know now that there's a way to get the guard in there. Doing so requires Bithro to instead step in here. That's why. Oh, yep. Okay, I see it. I think I see it. We do the same thing but in a different direction. Stall the guard here, dance this way, step into here, pulling him into there. Guard stuck on here. This allows Bithro to escape. Keep the Omslich alive and out of my way while doing that. Then we can plant the Omslich here. And reflect its gaze on the scarred sword. While we get over here and kill the evil eye and get out. And then clean up these guys. Dude, I think it'll work. It's not going to be easy, but I think it'll work. So the question is, how do we stow the Omslich? Omslich comes down here. And then once the guard's in here, we can press this button to free the Omslich. Okay? I think we got it. Let's enter from this tile. Perfect. Okay. The guard is going to be a nuisance, but not really. I'm only going to cross a diagonal beam. So sword orientation is not important here. So we want the guard here. Sword orientation is important, okay. Come on, buddy. Got him. Dude, this is... Okay, I'm with you, Shining Arrow. This room might actually be brilliant. Hard to figure out, but very cool. Okay, now bring the Omslich onto the button. Omslich onto button. Omslich. Okay. And now I need the Omslich to gaze southwest while the guard's facing southeast. Okay. Yeah, for a required room, it's definitely quite cryptic. So you can use the same pattern of movement with Omsliches that you use against guards. Boom. No. Let's do this a little bit better. this, create some distance, turn my sword. No. Arm switch manipulation's always fun. Come on. Just do exactly what I want to do without being difficult. Please? I'll ask nicely. Come on. Think about this, think about this, think about this. Let's bring him up here. Okay, do this. Create distance. How about he's not going to turn unless I get all the way over here. We need him to face southwest. So... could I... Oh, this is annoying. The best way to do this would be what? I don't know. Like, there's a very specific spot I need to be standing in. Like, right down here. come on.
I don't get this at all. It's not a little pan.
Shut up, Mr. Burton. You are not brought upon this world to get it.
Come on.
This is a nightmare. Ray, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you very much. The nightmare bits. Alright, I'm close. I'm close here. So I think I need to be stunning the Omslich like this, and then pass the beam to the guard, and then escape over here. Okay, so I need to pull it west. Oh, dude. Sword orientation's a big problem here. There. But no, same problem. It's like I need this to happen while I am south of the Omslich with my sword facing northwest. So many things that need to go right. Bow, 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 bow. Oh my gosh. What's up, Samuel? Welcome. How's it going? Good morning. I'm on a very devious puzzle here. I don't know how to do this. If it's not obvious, I have no idea how to accurately and effectively and efficiently manipulate these creatures of evil. Like that. Like that. Alright, we accurately and effectively manipulate the creature of evil. Alright, simple as that. See? It was an easy room. Holy smokes.
Hope those zealots thank me for saving their sorry hides. On second thought, I better clear out before they start coming down.
Oh boy. Alright, we did it. Only 3 hours, 16 minutes. Whew. That was tough. That was tough. That was cool though. Like, the puzzle was cool. It was just tough. I think Constructs is next, yeah. There's 2 more green required zones to complete. Inglos defense is tower defense. We get to play tower defense in DROD. Let's do Constructs instead.
Constructs.
We listened to that last stream. Let's play with some Constructs. Oh, Constructs, okay. Construct warehouse could be multiple floors deep, judging by the big number 1 here at the entrance. Constructs are cool. How long is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, we have to kill both the constructs and delete their carcasses before getting in here to touch the conquer token. So we must kill the constructs on the hot tiles. All right. Seems plausible. Is it?
Exterminate. Exterminate. Exterminate.
Okay, I think I see how I want to set this up. I think what we have to do is kill him there. Alright. What the heck? Okay. Constructs. Constructs move as, I believe, Omsliches and guards do. Same movement rules apply, although they don't worry about facing specific directions. It's strictly moving, I believe. Every 30 turns, any defeated constructs will reanimate unless the room is cleared within those 30 turns. Since this room has a conquer token in it, that means we must defeat both the constructs and touch the conquer token before they reanimate in order to clear the room. This run here is 31 turns, meaning it's impossible to leave construct carcasses out here and run in here and touch the conquer token. So we need to set up a way that the constructs will step onto the hot tiles and then stay on the hot tiles and die. The hot tiles will eliminate the construct corpse. We have to do that for both of them. So we have to somehow first figure out how to encourage a construct to step onto that hot tile. So here I'm dead. Okay, now that one is taken care of. Now we need to somehow get this construct to do that as well. Which is likely by doing something like this. No. Okay. There we go. Clear. Cool. Oof. Okay, same general concept, just more. We have cool music. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 constructs, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 hot tiles. Kill all 13 constructs on the 13 hot tiles to allow us to race in here to touch the Conquer token, and then leave the room before this Briar Root grows to touch this button. So we have a hard timer. How long is this timer? Not very long. Yikes. Go! Go! Run, B-throw! That's like 120 turns. Okay, too slow. Yeah, we have to be out by turn 121. Okay. So I almost had it there if I would have worked. We want to fill this from the top down. Okay. Ooh. See, there are little patterns like that which would be advantageous to take advantage of, but oh, not like this. This is not gonna work. So my time's halfway out. This is the same. This is pretty much the same I had last. This is worse than the first time. Okay. Okay. probably want an angled sword. Like, if I could set that up. Why can't I just set that up? That worked because they were in a straight line. And when I swapped to the other side of them, it worked because they're in a straight line in ascending turn order. If they were in a straight line in ascending turn order while I was over here, I could do the exact same thing. Which is not really something that looks like I can do. Although, if we use the shape of the room to our advantage, perhaps that will be the guide. I'm just looking at these lines here. I think these are kind of pointing me in the right direction somehow. Yeah. We need to go the other way. Okay, go down. Okay, this is really funny. There we go. Cool. That's a cool room. See, this is why it pays attention to look at the floor tiles. If the floor tiles were not here, specifically like this, I don't think I would have figured that one out very easily. I think I would have hated it. But they were, and it all worked out. Okay. One of these. The room clear gate is an airlock now, so we must be standing in this specific tile when the room gets flagged as clear in order to escape. We'll touch the Conquer token on the way out, so don't worry about that. We need to engineer an explosion with the floor spikes and the powder keg that will destroy the two constructs while I'm on this tile. So we have to leave the constructs alive. There's a force arrow here. Very curious. Constructs can push powder kegs. Okay. So let's step through this. What do we need to have happen? Floor spikes stab every 10 turns. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ugh. Is it this tile? This one here, 12, 15. Is 10 turns away from where I need to be standing. Ooh, okay. So we need to do what? I need living constructs, not construct corpses. or rather a single living construct to be pushing the... What? So basically what we have to have happen is the constructs need to be alive, at least one of the two, not corpses. One of them needs to be alive, long enough for me to run through here, step on the conquer token, and get to this tile. While standing on this tile, I need the living construct to either step into the blast radius of the powder keg, or push the powder keg onto the spikes and kill itself, or step onto the floor spikes and kill itself. We can kill a construct on the floor spikes and it will stay dead. That leaves me one more, but then I can't ever kill that one. Because going like that means that floor or that construct will never reanimate. No, it dies instantly. Okay. Doing that means I have no way to detonate the powder keg, so I can't kill the second one from in here. So I don't want to kill a construct on the floor spikes. There's a force arrow here. I can't push the powder keg onto the floor spikes myself. Since these floor spikes activate every 10 turns, I need to be standing here during an activation. And while I'm running into here, the construct needs to be pushing the barrel onto the floor spikes. So that's difficult. Okay. The force arrow here means what? Why is there a force arrow here? Prevents people from stepping south from this tile, east from this tile, southeast from the floor spikes. It means I can't have a construct pushing a barrel this way. So we place the barrel up here, kill a construct here. Maybe not these two exact tiles, but something like that. Kill a construct, barrel here. Kill the other one, say here. This... construct here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Okay, so barrel here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I want the barrel here. The construct dead here. Right? Construct here, barrel there. Construct goes, wakes up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I see.
But they don't move on the turn they wake up. So I need it 9 steps away. So barrel here. Construct there. Construct here at 36. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. Construct here at 36. Barrel here at 29.7. Okay. Okay. Let me just see here. If this guy weren't here, this guy would have continued to push the barrel onto the floor spikes. Okay. Turn order means number 1 should probably be up here, number 2 down here. Let's see if I can swap these two. Let's see if this works. No, don't do that. Oh, you jerk. Turd. Okay, doesn't work. Try that. Oh. No, this guy's being a nuisance. Okay, just gotta find a better spot for him. Maybe there. Okay, here what happens is this guy moves first. He pushes the barrel here. And then this guy steps west. Boom. And now this guy moves first. He pushes the barrel here. This guy has nowhere to move. I want this guy to be coming from here? Yeah, I don't want them clumped. Okay, so we want instead... I want this construct number 2 to end up on this tile. So it's 9 turns, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No. Because he's gonna go there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can I kill him there? 30, 25? Oh, dude! Nope. Oh my goodness. Because this construct pushes that barrel before it has a chance to detonate. What if the construct were... Why doesn't that work again? Because this guy tries to pivot around him before the barrel explodes. So we need him to be there. I want this guy here. Oh my goodness. Bloody constructs, man. Okay. Nope. Oh my goodness, okay. There's my blast radius. There. Nope. One more tile to the left. There. Alright. These puzzles are awesome. Hey, this looks familiar. Okay, same general concept applies here. Engineer an explosion to kill the constructs. Only this time we only have a hot tile rather than spike traps. So what does that mean? Hot tile. Okay. Why won't the exact same solution work? Have the constructs push the barrel. Boom. Barrel goes there, construct goes there. Barrel explodes. Can't I do the exact same thing? Probably not, but let's find out why not. So we want it 9 turns away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Barrel here at 8,7. One construct here, one construct there. Specifically construct number 1 here, construct number 2 there. Okay. And you're being real jerks about it. Well, we can fine-tune their placement. Okay, 2 is perfect. Okay. Why won't this work? It does. Okay. Cool. I thought it'd be a different puzzle, but it was the same puzzle with a different element. I guess I didn't need it to be 9 turns away. I could have set it up to be slightly different. I guess that was kind of the hitch there. Because I solved this one first, it helped me to solve this one. If I had done these in a different order, it might have been a little bit difficult. It might have tripped me up a little bit more, but okay. Three constructs, 3 buttons, a conquer token. Seems to me like we kill a construct, kill a construct, kill a construct, race in here to touch that. So from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Hmm. Okay, well, for starters, we definitely don't want to do that because I'm dead. For starters, looks like we want one there. And at the start of the 30-turn cycle, this guy will reanimate and we stab him. And then we need to continually be moving east. So we need to set it up so that Construct will reanimate and step onto the button just as we're passing by it so we can stab him. We do have a couple turns of leeway, and this one's going to be the hard one. So why can't we just do this? Okay. Now this is a secret room over here, alternate version of the room I just did, because now there's not enough space to do the same solution. So we have to change things ever so slightly. So we can do that solution here. We can't do it here. I'm assuming the run's the same distance, but let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. No, the run is longer. Oh, shucks. If it's 29 turns from here to here, that means we have one turn with which we can move in a direction other than west, or not move. We must be moving west for 29 turns to get from here to here. So if we kill a construct here, spend the first turn killing it again, then we must continually move west. So with diagonal, like kill one down here. Oh. Or like something, boom. So I would need like this guy to be like here. So that he tracks me on this line. This one's going to be a problem. Perhaps we can touch the Conqueror token and get out, and then kill the constructs. Is there a way to set that up? very unlikely. Huh.
Exterminate.
Nope, that's game over.
Exterminate. Exterminate.
Well, this makes things a little tricky here.
Exterminate.
This could be a little problem. We may have a bit of a problem in our hands. Hmm. How in the world? Let me just see if this works for these two. Okay, it does.
Exterminate.
If this guy were up here, couldn't get him there. If this guy were here, dude, just dude. It's almost definitely not the kit gonna work. No? And we have 0 turns to waste. All 30 turns must be used for movement. Well, 1. If I'm standing on one of these 3 tiles, then I have 1 turn with which I can not move. I can either rotate or stab this one. If I'm standing north or south of this button, then I must use all 30 turns to move down here. Which means I can never rotate my sword. So how in the world am I expected to get this button held down? From here to there is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
I'm starving.
10, 11 turns until I can kill something that's on this button. See, that's 2 extra. Oh my. What in the world? Alright. Abort. Abort, 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 abort.
Access denied. Program 002 activated.
Yeah, it's deeper. Okay. That was just tier 1 of the construct warehouse. Oh dear. So now we're gonna have twice as many constructs to deal with? Oh boy. Exterminate. Oh. Oh. I got problems. That's not gonna work. Exterminate. Dude. Okay. I think this is terrifying. Okay, this should end up working. Okay. Baby. Oh, less rooms, and they're different. Okay, cool. Disarm token. We need to grab our sword. The construct has to drop the trapdoors for us. Because while we're unarmed, we can't drop trapdoors. Constructs are heavy enough to drop them. Okay, so this is a movement puzzle. I died. I died. I died. Uh, 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 what? What? Well, this is kind of frightening. So once I do this, I'm dead. There's no way to survive this situation. Because I have to retreat south or southwest or southeast. Okay. So what? I have to go for the right one first? No, okay. Hmm. 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 Seems like I need to be here. Like I need to somehow create distance between us. It also seems like that's just not something that's going to happen. I can create horizontal distance in this manner. And then I lose it all. And if he's right on my tail, I can never shake him. So it seems like this room in particular is playing with the way constructs navigate around single tile obstacles, or larger. They have a preference order. They prefer to navigate around them in a certain direction. We have to use that to our advantage, which is why we're able to do this left side first, then right side. What does it mean? What does it mean? How? What? What? If I'm somehow able to get the construct here while I'm on the road up here, then it will stay here. Huh? Okay. All we have is movement. Is that good? I don't feel like it. I can't run up here and grab my sword because I'm facing the wrong direction. I need a couple turns of distance between us so I can rotate. Okay, so how did I do this again? Step right to force him to go around the wall that way. Okay. Oh, it doesn't help me at all. Doesn't seem like we're ever going to be able to get up here with a lead between us, and that's a bit of a problem. So can I use this to my advantage somehow? What the heck? Huh. Huh. If I'm in this chamber with the construct right behind me on my tail, then I will never be able to separate us. I can get some breathing room if I step onto the wall here. Now we're back into this game. I don't know what it wants from me here. What? I can't use a wall here to create distance. Not a single tile wall. It has to be multiple tiles. At least 2. This... It's a bit of a problem. Alright, abort. Man, I'm skipping a lot of rooms. Another button puzzle. So a kill construct on each of the buttons so we can come in here, touch the token, and escape. I've seen this before. These buttons are quite far away from over here. So...
Exterminate.
How is this ever gonna line up? This seems quite devious here. Say, just pretending I'm able to arrange it so that I stand here, kill a construct, run up here, kill a construct, run up here, kill a construct. Will that give me enough turns to make it to the token? So stand here, we spend 1 to stab, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, my sword was southwest, so we'll probably want to stand here, sword east. Stab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I have 1 turn to play with, or 2 turns to play with, in which we rotate our sword to kill this one. So yeah, I just need to plant construct corpses. 1 like here, 1 here, 1 here. Something like that should work. Where precisely? We want to mirror the arrangement of these. So we have a corpse here. Which we're killing. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1 here. Here? All right. What the? Secret room. Okay. This is just like the other room, except force arrow means we cannot enter from the same angle. We have to enter over the doors. To do the exact same thing? Oh no, we obviously can't do the exact same thing. There's a reason why this is a secret room now. I suspect we're only going to be able to get to this tile. And it's going to be the sort of thing where we have to get to this tile, step on the Conqueror token, come back out, and then kill them again. I'm guessing. So let's try it. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. So we want one here, one there, one there. This almost definitely won't work, but let's see why not. Oh, dude. If I could shave one turn off somehow. Wow. Okay. In what way is this, and how in the world is this going to be realistic? Just one turn, that's all. That's all. Simple. How in the world... Ooh, I have a bad feeling about this. You see, my current strat, I'm losing a turn here. If this were not a corpse, but rather a living construct. Corpse, corpse, living construct. And then I kill it now. There's my extra turn. That's not going to happen, though. That won't happen. Or if I didn't need to rotate my sword here. Or if I were doing this dance from this side. Okay. It's a secret room. We don't need to solve that. Skipping a lot of secret rooms. What the heck? Oh, this looks fun. This looks joyful. Boom. Dead. Okay. Good room. I love it when the plan works out. Oh, this looks like a mess. This looks like a mess. I got a whole sequence of roaches and buttons and hot tiles and arrows and ortho squares and constructs. hot tiles and arrows. This looks like a disaster. Buttons that turn on and off force arrows and hot tiles and constructs. What even? I don't even know if I want to try and untangle this. A room like this, you have to sit and just stare for like 10 minutes just to figure out how to even begin. Which thread do we even pick at first? Why are there roaches? Because something has to press these buttons? Oh. I think I get it. I think it's going to be a bit of a nightmare. I think I understand. The main crux of this puzzle is killing the roaches. Specifically the ones on the ortho squares. Because in order to... Let's just look at the top one, for example. Just the top one here. Ignoring the constructs for now, just looking at the roaches. We have a roach trap behind a door. Door opens when we press this button. We need to transport this roach onto this button, which would entail plugging these 3 tiles with construct corpses. Bethros stands here with his sword northwest. Roach slides along them. Presses this button for me, releasing this roach, which can die. So we'd have to kill construct, 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 run down here, press the button, then run up here, and use our sword to block the roach. So we probably want a gap here. We have like construct, 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 hole. Kill, kill, kill. Step. Run up here. Transport it in. Okay. This one here, it's a slightly different story. The same general principle. We press this button to release this roach. We transport this roach onto this button to release this one, which dies. Now it's 5 tiles that we need to traverse. It seems like we probably want to do a different approach here. Perhaps construct, construct, construct. And then Bethro presses the button, runs up here with sword facing east. No. Ooh. This is disgusting. I can only see what I need to set up to do this part. This part here. We need construct here, construct here, construct here. Sword northeast. And we have to assume that we can run from here to here. Which I can't. Maybe like construct here and here. And then we press the button. Roach is blocked. And then we kill... something like that. Essentially, we need to get the roach down here. Same thing here. We press this button. This roach is free. We just somehow... We could probably just do construct, construct, construct. Transport this guy up there. So this is a 3-part puzzle. 3 small puzzles. Not 3 easy puzzles, just 3 small little puzzles in one room. You can attack them likely in any order. Do I really want to do this right now? I'm not sure. I'm not certain I want to do this right now. Spread these guys out a little. Ooh. Constructs move before some roaches, but not all of them. We'll save that for future Bill. Future Bill will be happy to solve that puzzle. Okay, this mechanism is a sword orientation constraint. The sword must be facing south. Just kill all the constructs? There's a roach down there too. Okay, something holds this button down. Well, B-throw runs in here, touches the conquer token, does a full lap around here, pushes the powder keg here, detonates it, and escapes
My name is Beethro.
without ever turning my sword. His name is Beethro. Why is there a roach here? I cannot say. Nope, that's a green wall. What the heck? Okay, I don't understand this. At first glance, I don't understand this. Okay, this mechanism just means I can't ever turn my sword, because doing so detonates one of these two bombs, shutting this door, and I can't leave the room. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 constructs and a roach. This button has to be held down with the roach? Because when we touch the Conquer token, we have to do a full loop around and back through here to leave the room. If the room is clear, this door closes and we're trapped, so the room cannot be clear when we touch the token, so one enemy still needs to be alive. What's the deal with the powder keg? We push the powder keg over the arrow, step southeast and push it north to kill the last enemy? Okay, we have 8 constructs. I think we need to encase the roach in construct somehow? Kill all 8 constructs around the button while the roach is inside? That seems unlikely. Or do it here. Without turning our sword. Interesting. And you can let them in a few at a time. I fear I've already lost. I don't like the looks of this.
Exterminate.
Oh, you dingus. Well, no, this won't ever work because... Yeah, we're encasing the button with constructs, not the empty space. The empty space allows us to sneak the roach in there once the button's been encased. Okay. That's a problem. There we go. Oh, disaster. Oh my gosh. Need different pattern. Ugh. This is ugly. Oh, don't do who's that? Floor is lava. Welcome. Thank you for the 39 months. Powerful support. Thank you. Welcome to more DROD. I am obsessed.
Exterminate, exterminate, exterminate.
What am I doing? Okay, what sort of pattern do I need to create? Wow. I feel like we need to capture the roach onto this pressure plate. If I had constructs like this, and a U around it, and then the 8th one here, that might work. Can I get that to happen, though? That's the big question. It's like that one there is now unkillable by me because I can't turn my sword. Well, not necessarily. Yeah. So we need to do the side walls first, okay? I wish the roach wouldn't have come. Okay, there we go. Just like this. But I totally botched that. Okay. I wanted to do that. Oh, dude, come on. Okay. I think we're in there. There we go. Oof. Sneaky little room. Sneaky room, that one. Alright, so we skipped the 2 secret rooms, but we have this one still to deal with. I think if we solve this one, we'll wrap things up for the day. This will be the goal. Construct Warehouse 2. 2 bonus rooms I'll stew on. Maybe we'll tackle these next stream. These bonus rooms are quite devilish. Plus the bonus room on the previous floor as well. So all we have is movement. We have to get to the rearm token to kill the construct to leave the room. We use the construct to drop the 3 trapdoors, this one being last, to gain access to the rearm token. So I was able to do that by moving like this. Not like that. Like this. Like, I can get back to this point. But getting to the token was too much. Since we're unarmed, we're facing in the direction we move in. So... or maybe we just have to go like that. Okay. Cool. Problem, yeah, what tripped me up was I kept stepping north onto that tile and then needing too many turns to rotate my sword to kill it. But I just step diagonally. Cool.
Access denied. Program 003 activated.
Well, since that didn't take any time, let's at least solve this one so we can look at we can look at the choices up ahead. Oh my god. 24 constructs must be killed in 30 turns. We have force arrows though, okay. So this is more about just one more, I know, I can't help it. Don't do that. So we just need to get them all caught up here, or as many as possible caught up here. Oops. So I'm not worried about getting kills, really, just getting them caught. Whoops. I think I see the pattern necessary to get them caught. Okay, cool. Let's grab these guys. Just one more puzzle. Ah. I don't think this movement pattern will work. No, it does, okay. Cool.
Exterminate.
I would like to get that one stuck. Just for maximum efficiency here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, cool. 24. So we have 6 turns to play with. I cannot believe these are just Daleks. It's so funny to me that these are just Daleks. Exterminate. Exterminate. Like, surely they knew what they were doing. Surely they knew. Oh. Okay, I need to set something up.
Exterminate.
I'm not sure what I need to set up just yet. Nope, too slow. Okay. A few turns too slow. Can I do this bit quicker? Too slow. Oh, nope, perfect. All right, cool. Hey, look, tar. This game has tar in it. Remember tar? Okay, this room must be solved in 30 turns. That's kind of yucky. Or rather, this tar mother must be stabbed within 30 turns, because if one single growth cycle happens, a baby comes here and the room is unsolvable. Okay. I'm not going to solve any of these. Same, but not. Slightly different room arrangement. Mud Mother must be killed in 30 turns, or we lose. Mysterious mechanisms. Somehow align the babies onto their switches here. Tar babies are immune to hot tiles. And then bring the constructs onto the floor spikes to prevent the babies from stepping onto the floor spikes when we touch the token? No, we're entering through here. Kills the babies and out. Oh, this looks simple. No, I don't have a sword. This is not simple. Oh dear. This looks nightmare. This looks like hell. What's that? Oh, Ralph 124C41. Thank you for the 2-month resub. Welcome to more DROD. I'm just about done for the day. I'm just taking a peek at some of the coming rooms. Like, this looks like evil. Obviously, it's as simple as luring the constructs onto the floor spikes such that the turn they step on the floor spikes, they get stabbed. And once the construct dies on the floor spike tile, they're permanently dead. So just do that twice. We don't have a sword, which makes things quite delightful. There's a million rooms down here. Oh, hey. I might be able to do this one. Okay, 1, 2. Oh, too much brain. Okay. You just have to kill 8 constructs in very confined quarters. That's all. That's all.
What?
Button? Constructs, 4 constructs, 4 hot tiles, a button. So we kill 3 constructs, boom, boom, boom. Set the 4th one to reanimate, like say here. Stand on this button while that construct runs into here and dies. Something like that, maybe? Speed potion. Oh, I love speed potions. Scroll. I just want to read that scroll. Ah. 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 Blah, 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 blah. Challenge, don't use the speed potion to clear the room. What? Yeah, very mysterious lines here. The powder keg will eliminate 8 of these 9 construct corpses. So the idea is, for the challenge, without using the speed potion, without using the speed potion? Okay. I don't know if I'm going to go for that challenge. Seems to me the idea is use the powder keg to eliminate 8 of the 9 constructs. Placing the powder keg here. Using the floor spikes to detonate it. The 9th construct will be placed onto the floor spikes once the other 8 have been defeated. This run here is probably something you can manage without eliminating construct corpses if you drink the speed potion. Because how far is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 16, 17. Yeah, this is like 35 turns. Yeah, so this would be relatively simple with the speed potion. Just pull all the leave 1 corpse here. The other 8 just clump down here. Using the speed potion, stab them quickly, and you have like 30 turns to do so, and then make your way over here. Simple. Without the speed potion, you have to do some very tricky corpse management. Okay, interesting. I've seen something like this before. Put constructs onto arrows, so you can kill them all and get here. Okay. Dude. And the same but different, we have 1 extra construct. probably makes it 5 million times more difficult. Alright. And there might be a 4th floor beyond this. Who knows? It's a good spot to wrap things up, I think. What a good game. What a good game. What a good game. Remember darts? Remember when we played darts? We gotta do Luigi's Mansion soon. I totally forgot about Luigi's Mansion. Flower Bed? Remember Flower Bed? We should try this one as well. Guns! We have guns too. Night Court. So, I think next stream we'll try and wrap up Construct's Warehouse. Yeah, the Mega Roach. Oh, look at that. That monstrosity. I think next stream we'll try and wrap up Construct's Warehouse 3. And that will leave Angelos Defense, the tower defense section, as the last required area to my knowledge. Maybe next stream we try and finish the story. Finish the story. A lot of air quotes here because I don't actually know. It's very likely that once we finish Construct Warehouse and Angelos Defense, we'll suddenly have 25 more levels to pick from. Just knowing this game. We could only be halfway through. But I think next stream we'll try to finish Construct Warehouse, Angelos Defense, and then try and progress the story. Because ideally I want to wrap up the story, because doing so reveals to me, it changes how the display works here and will show me how many secret rooms I've missed. And so then we can just focus solely on doing optional content and secret rooms, and we'll seek out all the secret rooms I missed in previous floors, and so on and so on. Oh, there's this guy too. I totally forgot about this one. How many secrets have I skipped so far? Let's do a quick sweep. Let's just do a quick sweep. Which ones that I've found but skipped? Most of the secret rooms I've found, I've been able to solve, but there have been a couple I skipped. Let's see. There's probably something here I missed. There's the entirety of the tar recycling annex. Shattered Mines. Okay, so there's 2 rooms here in Shattered Mines, which I couldn't even figure out how to get to either one of them, much less solve the rooms themselves. So, I look forward to figuring that one out. Man, remember these rooms? Temporal tokens and... Oh, this was good stuff. We've done so many areas. Okay, so this is 3 that I've skipped that I know about. Might be something there. I definitely solved that one. Four that I've skipped because I couldn't ever figure this one out here. Never mind the big baby. Five, because I skipped this one here in the ore refinery. I couldn't figure this one out. It's the only secret room here that I skipped, okay. Haven't done Braxton below yet. And then 6 here, 7, 8. So we have 8 secret rooms that I've found, but not been able to solve. Plus however many I haven't found, plus entire floors of optional. So there. Millions more. Got much more draw ahead of us. Oh, congratulations, Swedish Pancake Champ. That's impressive. Two games worth of content in one. That's a lie. This game is already twice as long as it took me to finish The City Beneath, and I'm not even close to done with this yet. Let me just look at my notes here. I mean, obviously I'm not racing or speed running. If I were, I'd lose to Swedish Pancake Champion. City Beneath was 57 hours to do a 100% all secrets. I had to look up a couple of the last secrets on that one. I think I just got help from chat. I don't know if I looked them up. I needed hints for those. Journey to Rooted Hold was 50 hours. What was Beethro's teacher? Beethro's teacher was about 45 hours. So yeah. This is a mega game. Mega game. It's awesome though. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Let's do this again sometime. Next stream, we may squeeze one in tomorrow, although likely next stream will be on Tuesday. Next stream will be Tuesday. Unless I get antsy and squeeze one in tomorrow. Probably Tuesday. And we're just going to keep hitting DROD hard. Just going to go full DROD all day, every day. Except for the next 2 days. And play some more. Take care, everybody. Thanks for watching. Thank you for the resubs. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the follows. Thank you, Murphigator, for the raid. It's greatly appreciated. Let's do a raid of ourselves. Yeah, I'm out of here. 5.5 hours is about... It's probably a little bit more than I can take, to be honest. This game is such high effort and high focus intensity puzzle solving that too long in one sitting and you just diminishing returns. You start to explode. At least I do. You gotta take breaks. You gotta breathe. You gotta think. Mix things up a little bit. Oh, perfect. We're gonna raid Eltriok. Eltriok's awesome. He's doing a Kusoge request stream. Which means he's secretly playing really good games. Take care, everybody. Thank you all for watching. Have a good weekend. We'll be back soon enough for more DROD. Adios. See you. Bye-bye.